Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. As you settle in, allow yourself to be transported to a world of magic and wonder, where dragons soar through starlit skies and ancient bloodlines rule. Tonight we'll journey with Queen Alysanne Targaryen and her beloved dragon Silverwing on a peaceful night flight over the tranquil lands of Westeros. Let the cares of your day melt away as you breathe deeply and prepare to take flight on gentle wings. The evening air is cool and crisp as Queen Alysanne steps out onto the wide stone balcony of her chambers in the Red Keep. She takes a moment to breathe in the night, filling her lungs with the scent of salt carried on the breeze from Blackwater Bay. The sky above is a deep velvety blue, dotted with the first twinkling stars of twilight. Alysanne's silver gold hair shimmers in the fading light as she gazes out over the sleeping city of King's Landing. The distant sound of waves lapping against the shore mixes with the gentle rustling of leaves in the godswood below. She closes her eyes, allowing the peaceful sounds to wash over her, feeling the tension of the day slowly ebb away. With a soft smile, Alysanne turns her gaze to the dragon pit, where her faithful companion awaits. Silverwing, resplendent in her pale silver scales, raises her head at her rider's approach. The dragon's eyes, like molten pools of silver, meet Alysanne's violet ones with a look of deep understanding and affection. "Shall we fly, my friend?" Alysanne whispers, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. Silverwing responds with a low, melodious rumble that reverberates through the quiet air. The queen approaches her dragon with graceful steps, her hand outstretched to caress Silverwing's warm scales. The connection between rider and dragon is palpable, a bond forged through years of trust and companionship. As Alysanne settles onto Silverwing's back, she feels a sense of complete peace and belonging. With a gentle push of her powerful legs, Silverwing launches into the air. The takeoff is smooth, almost imperceptible, as they rise above the towers of the Red Keep. The wind whispers past them, carrying the mingled scents of the city and the sea. Below, King's Landing becomes a tapestry of twinkling lights and shadowy streets. As they soar higher, the city gives way to the surrounding countryside. Fields and forests stretch out beneath them, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Silverwing's wings beat in a steady, hypnotic rhythm, creating a soothing backdrop to their flight. The sound mingles with the occasional distant call of a nightbird or the soft rustling of leaves in the forest canopy far below. Alysanne leans forward, running her hand along Silverwing's neck. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she murmurs, though no words are truly needed between them. The dragon responds with a gentle rumble that Alysanne feels more than hears, a comforting vibration that travels through her body. They glide over peaceful villages nestled in valleys, their inhabitants unaware of the majestic creature passing silently overhead. Wisps of smoke rise from chimneys, carrying the faint scent of hearth fires. In one village square, a solitary lantern sways gently in the breeze, casting a warm, flickering light. As they continue their journey, the landscape below changes. Rolling hills give way to meandering rivers that shimmer like silver ribbons in the moonlight. Silverwing descends slightly, allowing them to skim closer to the water's surface. The cool mist rises up to meet them, refreshing and invigorating. Alysanne closes her eyes for a moment, feeling the gentle spray on her face. She breathes deeply, inhaling the clean, crisp scent of the river. The sound of water lapping against the shore and the distant splash of a jumping fish create a soothing melody that seems to harmonize with the steady beat of Silverwing's wings. They follow the river's winding path for a time, enjoying the tranquil journey. Silverwing's reflection shimmers on the water's surface, a fleeting silver shadow dancing over the ripples. The moonlight paints everything in soft, muted tones, creating a dreamlike quality to the world below. As they leave the river behind, forests stretch out before them once more. Ancient trees reach up towards the sky, their leaves rustling softly in the night breeze. The air is filled with the earthy scent of moss and bark, a reminder of the enduring strength of nature. Silverwing weaves gracefully between the tallest trees, her movements fluid and effortless. Alysanne marvels at the dragon's grace, feeling completely at ease despite their height. The forest canopy below is a sea of gentle shadows, occasionally broken by small clearings bathed in moonlight. In one such clearing, they spot a family of deer. The creatures pause, looking up at the sky with quiet curiosity as the dragon passes overhead. There's no fear in their gaze, only a peaceful acceptance of this magical moment. Alysanne smiles softly, feeling a connection to all the quiet life flourishing beneath the night sky. As they continue their flight, Alysanne notices the stars becoming brighter, their light unimpeded by the smoke and haze of the city. The constellations spread out above them in all their glory, ancient patterns that have guided travelers for centuries. She recognizes the ice dragon, its blue eye pointing forever north, and the moon maid, her luminous form gracing the eastern sky. Silverwing seems to read her rider's thoughts, ascending gently to bring them closer to the star-filled expanse. Up here, the air is cooler and thinner, but Alysanne feels only a deep sense of peace and wonder. It's as if they're flying through the heavens themselves, surrounded by the soft twinkling of countless stars. The dragon's wings continue their steady rhythm, a constant, comforting presence. Alysanne finds herself breathing in time with the beats, each inhale and exhale bringing a deeper sense of relaxation. The cares of the world below seem distant now, replaced by the serene beauty of the night sky. As the night deepens, Silverwing begins a gradual descent. They've traveled far from King's Landing, over sleeping lands and silent forests. Now the dragon seeks a place to rest, her instincts guiding them to a perfect spot. They approach a gently sloping hillside, its grassy surface silvered by moonlight. At the hill's base, a small lake reflects the star-strewn sky like a perfect mirror. Silverwing circles once, then lands with barely a sound on the soft grass. Alysanne slides from her dragon's back, her feet sinking slightly into the cool, dew-dampened grass. She stretches, feeling the pleasant ache of the long flight in her muscles. Beside her, Silverwing settles onto the ground with a contented sigh, curling her tail around herself. The queen walks a few paces, breathing in the night air. It's filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of the nearby forest. A gentle breeze carries the sound of leaves whispering and the soft lapping of the lake's waters against its shore. Alysanne returns to Silverwing's side, leaning against the dragon's warm flank. She gazes up at the sky, marveling at the tapestry of stars above them. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens, a river of light that seems close enough to touch. As she settles in, Alysanne feels a deep sense of peace wash over her. The rhythm of Silverwing's breathing is steady and soothing, rising and falling like gentle waves. She finds her own breath matching that calm, steady pace. The night deepens around them, but there's no sense of darkness or isolation. Instead, there's only the soft starlight, the warmth of Silverwing's presence, and the quiet sounds of nature. Alysanne's eyes begin to grow heavy, the peaceful surroundings lulling her towards sleep. As she drifts off, Alysanne's thoughts are filled with images of their flight, the moonlit landscapes, the shimmering rivers, the star-filled sky. These gentle memories swirl and blend, becoming the stuff of dreams. And so, on this tranquil hillside beneath the canopy of stars, queen and dragon rest. Their breaths mingle with the night breeze, becoming part of the peaceful rhythm of the sleeping world. As you imagine this serene scene, allow yourself to follow them into gentle slumber, carried on Silverwing's wings into a night of sweet, restful dreams. As you settle in and prepare for sleep, let your mind drift to a world of ancient magic and noble houses. Tonight we'll journey to the heart of Targaryen power, where young Viserys tends to a clutch of precious dragon eggs. Allow the cares of your day to melt away as we descend into the warm, quiet depths of the dragon pit, where new life awaits in shells of vibrant hues. The evening air is warm and still as young Viserys Targaryen makes his way down the winding stone steps of the dragon pit. His footsteps echo softly in the cavernous space, a gentle rhythm that seems to match the beating of his heart. The scent of smoke and warm stone fills his nostrils, a comforting aroma that speaks of home and heritage. As he descends deeper into the pit, the sounds of the world above fade away, replaced by the soft crackling of braziers and the distant soothing rumbles of sleeping dragons. The air grows warmer with each step, enveloping Viserys in a cocoon of heat that soothes his body and calms his mind. At last he reaches the chamber where the dragon eggs rest. The room is bathed in a soft, flickering light cast by several braziers placed strategically around the space. Their gentle glow dances across the walls, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow that seems to breathe with a life of its own. In the center of the room, nestled in a bed of the finest silks and velvets, lie the dragon eggs. Viserys approaches slowly, his violet eyes wide with wonder and reverence. The eggs are a marvel to behold, their scaled surfaces gleaming in the warm light. One is a deep forest green with swirls of burnished bronze. Another is the color of cream, flecked with gold that catches the firelight. The third is a dark, smoky gray with veins of scarlet running across its surface like bolts of lightning. Viserys kneels beside the nest, feeling the warmth radiating from the eggs. He reaches out with a tentative hand, his fingers hovering just above the surface of the green egg. The shell is warm to the touch, almost alive beneath his fingertips. He imagines he can feel a faint pulse within, the promise of the magnificent creature waiting to emerge. "Hello, little ones," he whispers, his voice soft and filled with affection. "I'm here to keep you company tonight." The young Targaryen settles himself more comfortably beside the nest, crossing his legs and letting his hands rest gently on his knees. He takes a deep breath, inhaling the warm, smoky air of the dragon pit. With each breath, he feels himself relaxing further, becoming attuned to the peaceful rhythm of the room. The braziers crackle softly, a soothing background noise that blends with the distant sounds of the sleeping dragons. Occasionally, a deep rumble echoes through the stone walls, the contented sigh of a dreaming dragon. These sounds weave together into a gentle lullaby, a song of fire and stone that has cradled Targaryens for generations. As the night deepens, Viserys finds his thoughts drifting to the dragons of old. He imagines Balerion the Black Dread, whose massive skull still rests in the depths of the Red Keep. In his mind's eye, he sees the great dragon soaring over Westeros, its wings spanning the sky like storm clouds. Yet even this awe-inspiring image is peaceful, a dream of power and majesty rather than fear. His gaze returns to the eggs before him, and he wonders what dragons they might become. Will they grow as large as Balerion? Will they soar as high as Meraxes, or shine as brightly as Vhagar? The possibilities seem endless, each egg a world of potential waiting to unfold. Viserys reaches out again, this time to the cream-colored egg. His hand hovers over its surface, feeling the warmth radiating from within. He begins to hum softly, an old Valyrian lullaby his mother used to sing. The melody is sweet and low, filling the chamber with its gentle tones. As he hums, Viserys imagines he can feel the eggs responding to his voice. Perhaps it's just his imagination, but the warmth seems to pulse in time with the melody, a silent harmony between Targaryen and dragon. He continues the song, letting the soothing notes wash over him and the eggs. The night deepens, and Viserys finds himself lost in a peaceful reverie. He imagines the dragons these eggs will become, not as weapons of war, but as companions and friends. In his mind, he sees himself flying high above the clouds, the wind in his hair and the world spread out below like a tapestry. The image is so vivid he can almost feel the scales beneath him, hear the beat of mighty wings. Time seems to lose meaning in the warm, quiet chamber. Viserys isn't sure how long he's been sitting with the eggs, but he feels no desire to leave. There's a tranquility here, a sense of belonging that settles deep into his bones. He is a Targaryen, a dragon lord, and this is where he is meant to be. As the hours pass, Viserys notices subtle changes in the eggs. Perhaps it's a trick of the flickering firelight, but their colors seem to deepen, to glow from within. The green egg shimmers like sunlight through leaves, the cream one gleams like polished pearl, and the gray one smolders like embers in a dying fire. He leans in closer, his eyes heavy-lidded but filled with wonder. In the depths of the shells, he imagines he can see movement, the first stirrings of life. It's not possible, he knows. The eggs won't hatch for many moons yet, but the image is vivid and comforting. Viserys begins to speak to the eggs in a low, soothing voice. He tells them of the world that awaits them, of blue skies and open seas, of mountains that touch the clouds and forests that stretch as far as the eye can see. His words paint a picture of a peaceful realm, one where dragons and men live in harmony. As he talks, his hand moves in gentle, repetitive motions over the eggs, caressing their warm surfaces. The action is soothing, almost hypnotic. He feels his own eyelids growing heavy, his body swaying slightly with fatigue. Still, Viserys continues his vigil. He has promised to watch over the eggs, and a Targaryen always keeps their promises. The warm air of the chamber wraps around him like a blanket, the soft sounds of the dragon pit lulling him into a state of deep relaxation. In this peaceful state, the boundaries between reality and dream begin to blur. Viserys sees the eggs before him, but he also sees the dragons they will become. He sees himself growing alongside them, from a boy to a man, their bond deepening with each passing year. These visions are not of conquest or power, but of friendship and mutual care. As the night wears on, Viserys finds himself leaning more heavily against the nest of fine fabrics. His eyes drift closed, then open again, each blink slower than the last. The eggs are the last thing he sees each time his eyes open, green, cream, and gray, glowing softly in the firelight. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Viserys allows his eyes to close fully. He doesn't sleep deeply, but drifts in a peaceful half-slumber, still aware of the warmth of the eggs and the gentle sounds of the dragon pit. In this state, he feels more connected than ever to his Targaryen heritage, to the magic that flows in his veins. As you imagine young Viserys curled up beside the dragon eggs in the warm, quiet chamber, allow yourself to drift alongside him. Let the gentle sounds of the dragon pit become the backdrop to your own dreams. Feel the warmth of the eggs, the soft fabrics of the nest, the peaceful rhythm of your own breath. And as you slip deeper into slumber, carry with you the image of those 3 gleaming eggs, green as a summer forest, cream as a dawn sky, gray as a storm cloud. Let them be the seeds of your own peaceful dreams, full of wonder and possibility. Sleep now, and may your night be as tranquil and full of promise as a dragon egg on the verge of hatching. Story 3. As you settle in for the night, let your mind drift to a world of wonder and magic, where dragons soar through the skies and ancient bloodlines rule. Tonight we'll journey with Princess Rhaenys Targaryen and her loyal dragon Meleys as they find a peaceful respite after a long journey. Allow the cares of your day to melt away as we soar over majestic mountains and descend into a tranquil valley where rider and dragon will find their rest. The sun is beginning to set as Rhaenys and Meleys glide through the cool, crisp air high above the mountain peaks. The sky is painted in soft hues of pink and gold, casting a warm glow over the landscape below. Rhaenys leans forward, her hand resting gently on Meleys' scales, feeling the steady rhythm of the dragon's breathing beneath her. Meleys' wings beat in a slow, hypnotic pattern, creating a soothing backdrop to their flight. The sound mingles with the whisper of the wind as it flows past them, a gentle symphony of movement and air. Rhaenys takes a deep breath, inhaling the pure mountain air, scented with hints of pine and distant wildflowers. As they soar over the rugged terrain, Rhaenys' violet eyes scan the horizon, searching for a suitable place to rest. The mountains stretch out before them, their snow-capped peaks reaching towards the darkening sky. In the distance, nestled between 2 towering peaks, she spots a secluded valley that seems to beckon them with its promise of shelter and tranquility. With a gentle nudge, Rhaenys guides Meleys towards the valley. The dragon responds immediately, adjusting her flight path with graceful ease. As they descend, the details of the valley come into sharper focus. A lush meadow carpets the valley floor, its grass swaying gently in the evening breeze. A clear, winding stream cuts through the center, its waters glinting like silver in the fading light. Meleys circles the valley once, her keen eyes surveying the area. Satisfied that it's safe, she begins a gradual descent. The air grows warmer as they near the ground, carrying with it the sweet scent of mountain flowers and fresh grass. The sound of the stream becomes clearer, a soft, melodious gurgling that seems to welcome them to this peaceful haven. With barely a sound, Meleys touches down in the meadow. The grass bends gently beneath her weight, creating a natural hollow perfect for resting. Rainey slides from her dragon's back, her feet sinking slightly into the soft earth. She takes a moment to stretch, feeling the pleasant ache of the long journey in her muscles. Rhaenys walks a few paces, breathing deeply and taking in her surroundings. The valley is enclosed on all sides by towering mountains, their slopes covered in dense forests of pine and fir. The trees sway gently in the evening breeze, their needles whispering secrets to the wind. Above, the sky is deepening to a rich velvety blue, with the first stars beginning to twinkle into view. The princess makes her way to the stream, kneeling beside its crystal-clear waters. She cups her hands and brings the cool liquid to her lips, savoring its pure, refreshing taste. The sound of the water flowing over smooth stones is soothing, a constant, gentle melody that seems to wash away the fatigue of their long flight. Returning to Meleys, Rhaenys begins to remove the dragon's riding gear. Her movements are slow and deliberate, each buckle and strap unfastened with care. As she works, she hums softly, an old Valyrian lullaby passed down through generations of Targaryens. The melody blends with the ambient sounds of the valley, the rustling leaves, the gurgling stream, the occasional call of a night bird, creating a peaceful harmony. Meleys rumbles contentedly as the last of the gear is removed, stretching out her wings to their full span before folding them neatly against her body. The dragon's scales shimmer in the fading light, a tapestry of red so deep they almost appear black. Rhaenys runs her hand along Meleys' neck, feeling the warmth radiating from her loyal companion. As night fully descends, Rhaenys sets about making their camp. She gathers some fallen branches and arranges them in a small circle of stones near Meleys. With a soft word in High Valyrian, she steps back as Meleys exhales a gentle stream of flame, igniting the wood. The fire crackles to life, casting a warm, flickering light over their resting place. Rhaenys settles herself against Meleys' side, leaning back against the dragon's warm scales. She gazes into the fire, watching the flames dance and sway. The heat from the fire mingles with the warmth from Meleys, enveloping Rhaenys in a cocoon of comfort. As she relaxes, Rhaenys reflects on their journey. They had flown over vast forests and winding rivers, seen castles perched on cliff tops and villages nestled in green valleys. But none of those places had called to her like this secluded mountain meadow. Here, surrounded by the quiet strength of the mountains and the gentle presence of Meleys, she feels a deep sense of peace. The night deepens around them, but there's no sense of darkness or isolation. Instead, there's only the soft glow of the fire, the warmth of Meleys' presence, and the quiet sounds of nature. Rhaenys' eyes grow heavy, the peaceful surroundings lulling her towards sleep. She turns her gaze upward, marveling at the canopy of stars above. In the clear mountain air, the stars seem closer, brighter than she's ever seen them. The Milky Way stretches across the sky, a river of light that seems to mirror the stream flowing through their valley. As she watches, a shooting star streaks across the sky, a fleeting moment of brilliance. Rhaenys smiles softly, remembering the old tales of falling stars granting wishes. She doesn't make a wish, though. In this moment, cradled in the heart of the mountains with Meleys by her side, she feels she has everything she could ever want. The fire begins to die down, its flames shrinking to glowing embers. Rhaenys doesn't move to add more wood. The night is warm, and Meleys provides all the heat she needs. The dragon's breathing has slowed, each exhale a soft puff of warm air that ruffles Rhaenys' silver-gold hair. Rhaenys finds her own breath matching Meleys', slow and steady. With each inhale, she breathes in the scents of the valley, pine needles, wild herbs, the lingering smoke from the fire. With each exhale, she feels herself sinking deeper into relaxation, the tensions of the day melting away like snow in spring. As sleep begins to claim her, Rhaenys' thoughts drift to the journey ahead. Tomorrow they will fly again, over new lands and unfamiliar terrain. But for now, in this peaceful valley, there is only rest. Her eyes flutter closed, the image of the star-filled sky imprinted on her eyelids. In the quiet of the night, the valley cradles its visitors in a gentle embrace. The stream continues its endless song, The trees whisper their ancient tales, and high above, the stars wheel in their celestial dance. Meleys shifts slightly, curling her tail protectively around her rider. And so, in this tranquil meadow, beneath the watchful gaze of the mountains, princess and dragon rest. Their breaths mingle with the night breeze, becoming part of the peaceful rhythm of the sleeping world. As you imagine this serene scene, allow yourself to follow them into gentle slumber, cradled in the warm embrace of Meleys' scales, lulled by the soft sounds of the mountain valley. Let the peace of this moment wash over you, carrying you off into dreams of soaring through star-filled skies and resting in secluded mountain meadows. May your sleep be as deep and restful as Rhaenys, safe in the presence of her dragon, surrounded by the quiet beauty of nature. Drift now into a night of sweet, peaceful dreams. Story 4. As you settle in for the night, let your mind drift to a world of wonder and beauty, where ancient magic and noble bloodlines shape the realm. Tonight, we'll join Princess Daella Targaryen on a peaceful journey through the enchanting glass gardens of the Red Keep. Allow the cares of your day to melt away as we step into a sanctuary of tranquility, where nature and artistry blend in perfect harmony. The afternoon sun hangs low in the sky as Princess Daella approaches the entrance to the glass gardens. The air is warm and still, carrying the faint scent of roses and sea salt from the nearby Blackwater Bay. Daella pauses for a moment, taking a deep breath and feeling the tension in her shoulders begin to ease. She's visited the gardens many times before, but each visit feels like stepping into a new world of wonder and peace. As she pushes open the intricately wrought iron door, a gentle breeze wafts over her, bringing with it the mingled fragrances of 100 different flowers. The sound of the door closing behind her seems to shut out the rest of the world, leaving only the peaceful oasis of the gardens. Daella's first steps into the garden are met with a soft crunch of gravel beneath her feet. The path before her winds its way through the vast greenhouse, disappearing around gentle curves and behind lush foliage. Overhead, the glass dome arches high, its panes catching and refracting the late afternoon sunlight. The result is a kaleidoscope of colors that dance across the leaves and petals of the surrounding plants. She begins her stroll, her pace unhurried and relaxed. To her left, a bed of lavender sways gently, its purple blooms releasing their soothing scent with each movement. Daella reaches out, letting her fingers brush against the soft flowers. The touch is feather-light, yet she can feel the slight tickle of the delicate petals against her skin. As she continues along the path, the sound of trickling water reaches her ears. Rounding a corner, she comes upon one of the garden's many fountains. Water cascades from the outstretched hands of a beautifully carved stone maiden, creating a melodious backdrop that seems to wash away any lingering thoughts of the outside world. Daella pauses by the fountain, closing her eyes and letting the gentle sounds envelop her. The steady trickle of water blends with the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of the garden's resident birds. It's a natural symphony, soothing in its simplicity and constancy. Opening her eyes, Daella notices how the light has shifted, taking on the warm golden hues of early evening. The glass panes above seem to capture this light, diffusing it throughout the garden in a soft, ethereal glow. It bathes everything in a dreamlike quality, softening edges and deepening shadows. She continues her walk, each step measured and deliberate. The path leads her through a section filled with exotic plants from far-off lands. Huge leaves in shades of deep green and vibrant purple create a canopy overhead, their waxy surfaces gleaming in the filtered light. Strange and beautiful flowers peek out from the foliage, their colors so vivid they almost seem to glow. The air here is different, warmer, more humid. It reminds Daella of the stories she's heard of distant jungles and tropical isles. She breathes deeply, savoring the rich, earthy scent that permeates this part of the garden. With each breath, she feels herself becoming more and more a part of this peaceful world. As she emerges from the tropical section, Daella finds herself in an area dedicated to herbs and medicinal plants. The air is filled with the mingled scents of mint, rosemary, and a dozen other fragrant herbs. Each breath brings a new combination of aromas, invigorating yet calming at the same time. She kneels beside a patch of chamomile, its delicate white flowers nodding gently in a breeze too soft to feel. Diella remembers the soothing tea her nurse used to make from these flowers, and the memory brings a soft smile to her face. She lingers here for a moment, letting the peaceful associations wash over her. As she rises and continues her stroll, Diella becomes aware of a gentle humming sound. At first, she thinks it might be coming from the fountain, but as she rounds another bend in the path, she discovers the true source. A group of bees hovers around a patch of bright wildflowers, their busy movements a stark contrast to the stillness of the rest of the garden. Diella watches the bees for a while, fascinated by their industrious nature. There's something soothing about their steady drone and purposeful flight from flower to flower. It's a reminder of the constant, gentle rhythm of life that continues even in this secluded paradise. The path now leads her to one of her favorite spots in the garden, a small, secluded alcove surrounded by climbing roses. The flowers are in full bloom, their petals a soft, blushing pink that seems to glow in the evening light. The scent is intoxicating, sweet and delicate. In the center of the alcove stands a carved wooden bench, its surface worn smooth by years of use. Diella settles onto it, feeling the warmth of the sun-heated wood through her dress. She leans back, tilting her face up towards the glass ceiling. Through the panes, she can see the sky beginning to change color, the blue deepening and the first hints of pink and gold appearing at the edges. As she sits, Diella becomes aware of the garden settling into evening. The bird calls grow fewer and farther between, replaced by the first tentative chirps of crickets. The light continues to soften, creating longer shadows that stretch across the paths and plant beds. She closes her eyes, focusing on the sensations around her. The lingering warmth of the bench beneath her, the soft brush of a breeze against her skin, the mingled scents of 100 different plants, all combine to create a cocoon of tranquility. Diella feels as though she could stay here forever, cradled in the peaceful embrace of the garden. Time seems to lose meaning in this serene setting. Diella isn't sure how long she's been sitting on the bench, but she feels no urge to move. The garden has worked its magic, washing away the stresses and cares of the day, leaving only a deep sense of calm and contentment. As the light continues to fade, bringing with it the cool of evening, Diella finally stirs from her reverie. She stands slowly, taking one last deep breath of the rose-scented air. Her steps as she makes her way back towards the entrance are even slower and more measured than before, as if her body is reluctant to leave this peaceful sanctuary. The path seems different in the twilight, familiar shapes taking on new forms in the fading light. The glass overhead now reflects the deep blues and purples of the evening sky, casting a soft, dreamy glow over everything. It's as though the garden is preparing for sleep, just as Diella is. As she reaches the entrance, Diella pauses for one last look back at the glass gardens. In the dimness, she can see the first of the night-blooming flowers beginning to open, their pale petals luminous in the twilight. It's a reminder that even as day fades into night, the garden continues its gentle cycle of life and growth. With a soft sigh of contentment, Diella pushes open the door and steps out into the cool evening air. But even as she leaves the physical space of the garden, she carries its peace with her. The scents linger in her hair and clothes, the memory of its beauty and tranquility etched in her mind. As you imagine Princess Diella's peaceful journey through the glass gardens, allow that same sense of tranquility to wash over you. Let the gentle sounds of fountains and rustling leaves become the backdrop to your own descent into restful sleep. Feel the warmth of the evening sun, smell the sweet fragrance of roses and herbs, see the soft, diffused light playing across leaves and petals. And as you drift off to sleep, may your dreams be as peaceful and beautiful as a stroll through the enchanted glass gardens. May you wander through landscapes of serene beauty, each breath bringing deeper relaxation, each moment carrying you further into a night of sweet, restful slumber. Story 5. As you settle in and make yourself comfortable, let your mind drift to a place of quiet wonder and ancient mysteries. Picture yourself on the island of Dragonstone, where the Targaryen legacy breathes through every stone. The day is waning, the sun's warmth giving way to a gentle evening breeze. Take a deep breath and feel yourself relax as we embark on a peaceful journey through time and knowledge. In a secluded tower of Dragonstone's grand castle, There exists a library unlike any other. Its circular walls stretch upwards, lined with shelves that seem to touch the sky. This is where we find Maester Aemon, a Targaryen scholar whose silver hair and lined face speak of years spent in quiet contemplation. As Aemon pushes open the heavy oak door, it creaks softly, the sound echoing in the tranquil space. The scent of old parchment and leather bindings greets him like an old friend, wrapping around him in a comforting embrace. He pauses for a moment, breathing deeply, letting the familiar aroma soothe his senses. The library is bathed in the warm golden glow of the setting sun, its rays filtering through high, arched windows. Dust motes dance lazily in the shafts of light, swirling and settling in a hypnotic display. Aemon's footsteps are muffled by the thick plush carpet as he makes his way deeper into the room. His fingers trail lightly over the spines of ancient tomes, feeling the varied textures of leather, cloth, and parchment. Each book holds a piece of history, a fragment of the vast tapestry that is the Targaryen legacy. Aemon's touch is gentle, reverent, as if he can sense the whispers of countless stories waiting to be uncovered. The soft rustle of turning pages fills the air as Aemon selects a book and settles into a comfortable chair by the window. The cushions envelop him, offering support and comfort for his aging body. He adjusts his position, finding that perfect spot where everything feels just right. As he opens the book, the binding crackles softly, a sound that has always brought him joy. The pages are yellowed with age, their edges softened by countless hands that have turned them over the centuries. Aemon's eyes, though dimmed by time, sparkle with curiosity as they scan the faded ink. The book speaks of old Valyria, the ancestral home of House Targaryen. As Aemon reads, the words seem to come alive, painting vivid pictures in his mind. He can almost hear the gentle lapping of water against the sides of boats as they glide through Valyria's famed canals. In his mind's eye, he sees towers of pale stone rising gracefully into a clear blue sky. These towers, interconnected by delicate bridges, seem to defy gravity itself. Aemon imagines the play of light and shadow as the sun moves across the sky, casting ever-changing patterns on the city below. The book describes lush gardens perched atop these towers, veritable oases in the sky. Aemon can almost smell the sweet fragrance of exotic flowers carried on a warm breeze. He pictures cascading vines and leaves of every shade of green, creating a soothing tapestry of nature amidst the stone and marble. As he reads, Aemon's breathing slows, falling into a steady rhythm that matches the tranquil pace of the narrative. The gentle tick of a nearby clock blends with the ambient sounds of the library, creating a soothing backdrop to his exploration. Outside the window, the sky gradually shifts from gold to deep blue, then to a soft purple. Stars begin to appear, twinkling softly like distant diamonds. Their light mingles with the warm glow of the candles that have been quietly lit around the library, creating a cocoon of gentle illumination. Aemon pauses in his reading, his gaze drawn to the window. He watches as a shooting star traces a fleeting path across the darkening sky. For a moment he's transported back to the Valyria of legend, imagining how the night sky must have looked from those lofty gardens. Returning to his book, Aemon discovers a passage about the famous Valyrian baths. The words evoke images of steaming pools surrounded by smooth marble, the water rich with minerals that shimmer in the soft light. He can almost feel the warmth of the water, imagining how it would soothe tired muscles and calm a busy mind. The description of the baths is so vivid that Aemon finds himself yawning, his body relaxing further into the chair. He blinks slowly, his eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. But he's not ready to stop just yet, too captivated by the peaceful world unfolding before him. As night fully settles in, the library takes on a dreamlike quality. Shadows soften, edges blur, and the boundary between the present and the ancient world of the book seems to fade. Aemon feels as if he's floating between two worlds, cradled in a space where time has no meaning. He turns another page, the soft sound barely disturbing the quiet. This section speaks of the famous glassmakers of Valyria, artisans whose skills were unmatched throughout the known world. Aemon imagines workshops filled with the gentle hum of activity, the air shimmering with heat from carefully controlled fires. In his mind, he sees master craftsmen shaping molten glass with nothing but their breath and skill. The glass takes form slowly, gracefully, transforming from a glowing blob into delicate shapes of incredible beauty. Vases, goblets, and ornaments of every hue imaginable come to life under their expert hands. Eamon's fingers move across the page, tracing the outlines of illustrated glassworks. He can almost feel the smooth, cool surface of the finished pieces, marveling at how something so delicate could survive the centuries to be recorded in this ancient tome. As he continues to read, the words begin to blur slightly, the letters dancing before his tired eyes. But it doesn't matter, for the images in his mind are clearer than ever. He's walking now through the streets of Old Valyria, feeling smooth cobblestones beneath his feet, and hearing the distant call of dragons echoing between the towers. The air is warm and fragrant, carrying the scents of spices from distant lands. Eamon imagines markets filled with colorful silks, rare herbs, and exotic fruits. The buzz of conversation is a soothing murmur, punctuated by occasional laughter or the clinking of coins. His imaginary stroll takes him to the edge of the city, where the land meets the sea. Here, the sound of waves gently lapping against the shore creates a peaceful rhythm. Salt-tinged air fills his lungs, and he can almost taste the brine on his lips. Eamon's eyes close fully now, the book resting gently on his lap. But the journey doesn't end. In fact, it seems to become even more vivid. He's standing on a balcony high above the city, watching as dragons soar gracefully between the towers. Their scales glint in the sunlight, a rainbow of colors against the clear blue sky. The scene shifts, and he finds himself in one of those sky-high gardens he read about earlier. Soft grass cushions his feet, and a warm breeze carries the sweet scent of blooming flowers. The gentle rustling of leaves and the distant trickle of water create a soothing lullaby. As Eamon sinks deeper into this peaceful reverie, the boundaries between dream and reality blur even further. The weight of the book on his lap fades away, replaced by the sensation of floating among the clouds. He drifts gently, cradled by warm currents of air, surrounded by the vast beauty of Old Valyria. The images begin to soften, losing their sharp edges but retaining their comforting essence. Eamon no longer sees specific scenes, but rather feels the peaceful ambiance of this ancient world. It envelops him like a warm blanket, soothing away any lingering tension. In this space between waking and dreaming, Eamon feels a deep connection to his Targaryen ancestors. Their stories, their triumphs, and their quiet moments of joy all swirl around him in a gentle dance. He is part of something greater, a legacy that stretches back through time immemorial. As sleep begins to claim him fully, Eamon's last conscious thought is one of gratitude. Gratitude for the knowledge preserved in ancient books, for the power of imagination that can bring lost worlds to life, and for the peace that comes with exploring gentle histories. The library around him fades into the background, replaced by the soft, welcoming embrace of sleep. And as Eamon drifts off, so too might you find yourself being gently carried away on the wings of dragons into a night filled with peaceful dreams of ancient wonders and timeless beauty. Let the whispers of Old Valyria guide you into a deep, restful sleep, where the marvels of a lost world await in your dreams. Story 6. As you settle in and make yourself comfortable, let your mind wander to a place of tranquility and ancient magic. Picture yourself in the heart of King's Landing, where the bustling city gives way to a haven of peace and natural beauty. Take a deep breath and feel the tension leave your body as we embark on a gentle journey through the Red Keep's Godswood. The day is just beginning, and a soft mist hangs in the air, wrapping the world in a comforting embrace. Our guide on this peaceful adventure is Princess Daenerys, a young Targaryen with flowing silver hair and eyes the color of lilacs. As she steps into the Godswood, the sounds of the castle fade away, replaced by the gentle whispers of nature. Daenerys pauses at the entrance, taking a moment to breathe in the cool, crisp air. The scent of damp earth and fresh greenery fills her lungs, a natural perfume that soothes her senses. She closes her eyes, feeling the soft caress of the morning mist on her skin, like the gentlest of touches. With slow, deliberate steps, the princess begins her stroll along the winding path. The soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath her feet creates a rhythmic soundtrack to her journey. Each step is measured and mindful, allowing her to fully immerse herself in the peaceful surroundings. As she walks, Daenerys lets her fingers trail lightly over the rough bark of ancient trees. The texture is a grounding presence, connecting her to the living history of this sacred place. Some of these trees, she knows, have stood here for centuries, silent witnesses to the passage of time. The mist begins to lift as she ventures deeper into the godswood, revealing more of the lush landscape around her. Shafts of early morning sunlight filter through the canopy above, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor. The interplay of light and shadow is mesmerizing, like nature's own gentle dance. In the distance, Daenerys hears the soft call of a wood thrush, its melodic song echoing through the trees. The bird's voice is joined by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, creating a soothing natural symphony. These sounds blend together, wrapping around her like a comforting blanket of tranquility. As she continues her leisurely pace, Daenerys' thoughts drift like the mist around her. She reflects on the peacefulness of this moment, so different from the formal duties and expectations that usually fill her days. Here, in the quiet embrace of the godswood, she can simply be. The path curves gently, leading her to a small clearing where a babbling brook cuts through the forest floor. The sound of water tumbling over smooth stones adds another layer to the calming atmosphere. Daenerys pauses here, watching the play of light on the water's surface, mesmerized by its endless, soothing movement. She kneels by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool water. The sensation is refreshing, grounding her in the present moment. Tiny ripples spread from her touch, expanding in perfect circles before dissipating back into the flow. It's a gentle reminder of the continuous cycle of life that surrounds her. Rising slowly, Daenerys continues her stroll, her steps now accompanied by the gentle gurgle of the brook. As she walks, she notices the varied textures of the forest floor beneath her feet. Here a patch of soft moss, there a carpet of fragrant pine needles. Each step brings a new sensation, a subtle shift in the landscape. The mist has almost completely lifted now, revealing more of the godswood's beauty. Wildflowers dot the forest floor, their delicate petals a splash of color against the deep greens of the underbrush. Daenerys pauses to admire a cluster of bluebells, their graceful stems swaying gently in the breeze. As she moves deeper into the heart of the godswood, the trees grow older and more gnarled. Their branches reach out like protective arms, creating a canopy that filters the sunlight into a soft, dreamy glow. The air here feels different, charged with an ancient energy that speaks of old magic and forgotten lore. In the distance, Daenerys catches sight of the heart tree, its pale trunk and blood-red leaves, a stark contrast to the surrounding greenery. With each step towards this ancient sentinel, she feels a growing sense of peace and connection to the land around her. As she approaches the heart tree, the sounds of the forest seem to fade into a reverent hush. The carved face on the trunk gazes out with timeless serenity, its features softened by centuries of wind and rain. Daenerys reaches out, her fingers lightly tracing the contours of the face, feeling the smooth bark beneath her touch. She settles at the base of the heart tree, leaning back against its sturdy trunk. The rough bark against her back is a comforting presence, like the embrace of a dear friend. Closing her eyes, Daenerys takes a deep breath, inhaling the rich, earthy scent that surrounds her. In this moment of stillness, she becomes aware of the subtle sounds around her. The soft rustle of leaves overhead, the distant call of birds, the whisper of the wind through the branches, all blend together in a soothing lullaby of nature. Time seems to slow in this peaceful haven. Daenerys' breathing naturally falls into a slow, steady rhythm, matching the tranquil pulse of the godswood. With each breath, she feels more connected to the ancient magic of this place, as if she's becoming part of the forest itself. As she sits in quiet contemplation, Daenerys' mind drifts to the countless generations who have sought solace in this very spot. Kings and queens, lords and ladies, all have come to the heart tree in times of joy and sorrow. Their presence lingers like a comforting whisper, a reminder of the enduring nature of this sacred place. The sun climbs higher in the sky, its warmth gently penetrating the canopy above. Dappled sunlight plays across Daenerys' face, creating ever-shifting patterns of light and shadow. The warmth is soothing, like a gentle caress on her skin. In the distance, a deer steps cautiously into a clearing. Its movements are graceful and unhurried as it lowers its head to graze on the lush grass. Daenerys watches with quiet wonder, feeling privileged to witness this moment of natural beauty. As the morning progresses, the godswood comes alive with subtle activity. A butterfly flutters by, its delicate wings catching the sunlight. A squirrel scampers up a nearby tree, pausing to chitter softly before disappearing into the foliage. These small moments of life unfold around Daenerys, each one a gentle reminder of the continuous cycle of nature. The peace of the godswood seeps into Daenerys' very being. Her muscles relax, tension she didn't even realize she was holding melts away. She feels weightless, as if she could float away on the gentle breeze that rustles the leaves above. Time loses all meaning in this tranquil space. Daenerys could have been sitting by the heart tree for minutes or hours. It matters not. The rhythmic sounds of the forest, the whisper of leaves, the distant call of birds, the soft gurgle of the brook, blend together into a soothing lullaby. As the sun reaches its zenith, casting shorter shadows on the forest floor, Daenerys slowly opens her eyes. The world around her seems softer somehow, bathed in a gentle, dreamlike quality. She takes a deep breath, savoring the peaceful moment for just a little longer. With languid movements, she rises to her feet, feeling refreshed and renewed. Her journey back through the godswood is unhurried, each step a continuation of her peaceful meditation. The path seems to guide her feet, requiring no conscious thought or effort. As she nears the edge of the godswood, Daenerys pauses for one last look back at this sanctuary of peace. The heart tree stands tall in the distance, a silent guardian of ancient wisdom. She carries with her the tranquility of this place, a calm center that will remain with her long after she returns to the bustle of castle life. Stepping out of the godswood, Daenerys feels as though she's emerging from a dream. The sounds of the castle gradually filter back into her awareness, but they seem distant and muffled, unable to disturb the inner peace she has found. As our journey with Princess Daenerys comes to a close, you too may find yourself drifting on the edge of sleep. Let the peace of the godswood envelop you, the gentle sounds of nature lulling you towards rest. Allow your mind to wander through the tranquil paths we've explored, each breath bringing you closer to a deep and restful slumber. May your dreams be filled with the serene beauty of ancient trees, the soft whisper of leaves, and the timeless magic of the heart tree. Let the calm of the godswood guide you into a peaceful night's rest, where the troubles of the world fade away, replaced by the soothing embrace of nature's tranquility. Story 7. As you settle in and make yourself comfortable, let your mind drift away from the cares of the day. Imagine yourself on the shores of a distant land, where the air is warm and the breeze carries the scent of adventure. Take a deep breath and feel the tension leave your body as we embark on a peaceful journey across the summer sea. Our guide on this tranquil voyage is Lord Aemon Targaryen, a noble with eyes like amethysts and hair the color of moonlight. As he steps onto the deck of his ship, the Dragon's Dream, the first rays of dawn are just beginning to paint the sky in soft hues of pink and gold. The gentle lapping of waves against the hull creates a soothing rhythm, a constant companion that will follow us throughout our journey. Aemon takes a moment to breathe in the salt-tinged air, feeling the cool morning breeze caress his face. It's a perfect day for sailing, with clear skies and calm seas stretching as far as the eye can see. As the crew quietly prepares the ship for departure, Aemon walks to the bow, his footsteps creating a soft hollow sound on the wooden deck. He places his hands on the smooth, sun-warmed railing, feeling the gentle vibrations of the ship as it comes to life around him. The anchor is raised with a series of soft clanks, and the sails unfurl with a whisper of canvas catching the wind. Slowly, gracefully, the Dragon's Dream begins to glide away from the harbor. The movement is so smooth that it feels as if the ship is floating on a cushion of air rather than water. As they leave the safety of the harbor, the vast expanse of the summer sea opens up before them. The water stretches to the horizon, a sheet of blue-green glass occasionally broken by gentle ripples. The sun, now fully risen, casts a glittering path across the waves, like a road of diamonds leading to distant lands. Aemon closes his eyes for a moment, allowing the gentle rocking of the ship to soothe him. The rhythm is hypnotic, a slow dance between the vessel and the sea. With each rise and fall, he feels the stresses of land-bound life melting away, replaced by a deep sense of peace. As the morning progresses, the ship settles into its journey. The crew moves about their tasks with quiet efficiency, their movements as fluid and graceful as the sea itself. The soft creaking of ropes, the gentle flapping of sails, and the occasional call of a seabird all blend together into a peaceful maritime symphony. Aemon makes his way to the stern of the ship, where a comfortable chair awaits him. As he settles in, he lets his gaze wander over the wake left by the ship. The water churns in gentle swirls of white foam, slowly fading back into the vast blue of the sea. It's a mesmerizing sight, like watching the unraveling of a great watery tapestry. The warm sun caresses his skin, its heat tempered by the cool sea breeze. Aemon feels his muscles relaxing, tension he didn't even realize he was holding melting away like snow in spring. The gentle rocking of the ship continues its soothing rhythm, lulling him into a state of deep tranquility. As the Dragon's Dream sails further from land, the air takes on a new quality. It's fresher somehow, filled with the promise of discovery. Aemon breathes deeply, savoring the crisp, clean scent of the open sea. With each breath, he feels more at peace, more in tune with the vast, gentle world around him. Time seems to slow on the open water. The sun's journey across the sky is marked only by the gradual shifting of shadows on the deck. Aemon watches as a school of flying fish breaks the surface of the water, their silver scales glinting in the sunlight as they soar through the air before disappearing back into the waves with barely a splash. As the day wears on, the colors of the sea begin to change. The blue-green of morning deepens into a rich azure, reflecting the deepening blue of the sky above. Occasionally, a pod of dolphins appears alongside the ship, their sleek bodies arcing gracefully through the waves. Their playful leaps and dives are a joyful accompaniment to the journey, a reminder of the wonders that surround them. The gentle warmth of the sun and the rhythmic motion of the ship create a cocoon of comfort around Aemon. He feels his eyelids growing heavy, his thoughts becoming as fluid and formless as the sea around him. Yet he resists the pull of sleep, not wanting to miss a moment of this peaceful voyage. As afternoon fades into evening, the sky becomes a canvas of breathtaking colors. The setting sun paints the clouds in shades of gold, pink, and lavender, their reflections shimmering on the surface of the sea. It's as if the whole world has been transformed into a beautiful, ever-changing work of art. Aemon watches in quiet awe as the sun slowly sinks towards the horizon. The last rays of light stretch across the water, creating a golden path that seems to lead to the edge of the world. As the sun finally dips below the horizon, a sense of hushed anticipation falls over the ship. For a few moments, the world is caught in the soft, diffused light of twilight. Then, one by one, stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. They twinkle into existence like diamonds scattered across a velvet cloth, their light reflected in the gentle waves below. As full night descends, the sea takes on a new character. The water turns a deep, inky blue, broken only by the silvery path of moonlight. The sound of the waves seems amplified in the darkness, a soft, constant whisper that speaks of ancient secrets and distant shores. Aemon leans back in his chair, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars above. Here, far from the lights of any city, the night sky is a spectacular sight. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens, a river of stars that seems close enough to touch. He picks out familiar constellations, the Ice Dragon, the Moon Maid, the Stallion, their presence as comforting as old friends. The night air is cooler, but still pleasant. Aemon wraps a light blanket around his shoulders, its soft weight adding to his sense of comfort and security. The gentle rocking of the ship continues, a soothing constant in the quiet night. As the hours pass, Aemon finds himself drifting in and out of a light doze. Each time he opens his eyes, the scene before him seems slightly changed, as if he's witnessing the slow turning of the world. The moon traces its path across the sky, its light playing on the waves in an ever-changing dance. In these quiet hours, Aemon's thoughts turn to the vastness of the sea and sky around him. He feels small in the face of such immensity, yet not insignificant. Rather, he feels part of something greater, a tiny but integral piece of the grand tapestry of the world. The night deepens, and a peaceful stillness settles over the ship. The only sounds are the gentle lapping of waves against the hull and the soft whisper of the wind in the sails. These sounds blend together into a soothing lullaby, as ancient and endless as the sea itself. Eamon's eyes grow heavy once more, but this time he doesn't fight the pull of sleep. As his eyelids flutter closed, he feels as though he's melting into the night, becoming one with the gentle rhythm of the ship and the sea. In those last moments before sleep claims him, Eamon imagines the journey continuing. The dragon's dream sails on through the night, guided by the stars above and cradled by the waves below. It moves ever forward, towards distant horizons and new dawns, carrying its sleeping passengers in peaceful embrace. As our journey with Lord Eamon comes to a close, you too may find yourself drifting on the edge of sleep. Let the gentle rocking of the ship lull you towards rest, the soft sounds of wind and wave creating a peaceful lullaby. Allow your mind to wander across the vast, tranquil expanse of the summer sea, each breath bringing you closer to a deep and restful slumber. May your dreams be filled with the peacefulness of open waters, the soft glow of starlight on gentle waves, and the promise of new horizons. Let the calm of the sea guide you into a peaceful night's rest, where the cares of the world fade away, replaced by the soothing embrace of an endless ocean. Story 8. As you settle in and make yourself comfortable, let your mind drift to a world of ancient magic and majestic creatures. Imagine yourself high above the realm, where the air is crisp and clean, and the concerns of the world below seem distant and small. Take a deep breath and feel the tension leave your body as we embark on a peaceful journey through a day in the life of an elderly dragon. Our guide on this tranquil adventure is Valerian, a dragon whose scales shimmer with the colors of sunset, deep purples, rich golds, and warm oranges. His eyes, the color of burnished amber, hold the wisdom of centuries. As the first light of dawn breaks over the horizon, Valerian slowly opens these ancient eyes, greeting the new day with calm contentment. The dragon is perched on a wide, sun-warmed cliff overlooking the vast expanse of the summer sea. The rock beneath him still holds the residual warmth from yesterday's sun, a comforting presence against his belly. Valerian takes a deep, slow breath, his massive chest expanding and contracting in a soothing rhythm. The air is filled with the scent of salt from the sea below, and the earthy aroma of the surrounding cliffs. As the sun begins to rise, its first rays catch Valerian's scales, creating a dazzling display of color. The light dances across his body, turning each scale into a miniature prism that casts tiny rainbows on the rock around him. The dragon basks in this gentle warmth, feeling it seep into his bones and energize his ancient body. The world around Valerian slowly comes to life as the day begins. Seabirds wheel and cry in the distance, their calls carried on the gentle breeze. Waves lap rhythmically against the base of the cliff, a constant, soothing soundtrack to the dragon's day. Valerian's keen ears pick up the soft rustling of small creatures in the sparse vegetation that clings to the cliff top, a gentle reminder of the vibrant life that exists even in this seemingly barren place. As the morning progresses, Valerian stretches his massive body, much like a cat waking from a long nap. His movements are slow and deliberate, each muscle and joint awakening in turn. The sound of scales shifting against one another is like the whisper of sand in an hourglass, a soft susurration that speaks of the passage of time. The dragon unfurls his wings, their span greater than that of a ship's sails. The delicate membranes catch the sunlight, appearing almost translucent. Valerian flexes these mighty appendages, feeling the stretch and pull of muscles that have carried him across vast distances throughout his long life. Yet today he feels no urge to take to the skies. The peace of his cliff-top perch calls to him, inviting him to simply be. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, Valerian shifts his position slightly to follow its warmth. His movements are unhurried, each adjustment made with the slow grace of a creature that has all the time in the world. The dragon's breathing falls into a steady rhythm, synchronized with the ebb and flow of the waves below. Valerian's thoughts drift lazily, like clouds across the vast blue sky above. He recalls countless days spent on this very cliff, watching the seasons change and the years pass. In his mind's eye, he sees the face of the young Targaryen princess who first led him to this peaceful spot, her silver hair shining in the sunlight. Though she is long gone, her memory brings a sense of warmth and contentment to the old dragon. As midday approaches, the heat of the sun intensifies. Valerian feels it soaking into his scales, a pleasant warmth that seeps deep into his body. The dragon's eyelids grow heavy, and he allows them to close, entering a state of peaceful half-slumber. In this tranquil state, the boundaries between past and present, reality and dream, begin to blur. The gentle sound of the waves becomes the backdrop to Valerian's memories. He recalls soaring high above the clouds, the world spread out below like a patchwork quilt. The exhilaration of flight, the rush of wind against his scales, the freedom of the open sky. All these sensations wash over him in gentle waves, as soothing as a lullaby. Time seems to slow in the heat of the day. Valerian's breathing becomes deeper and more measured, each exhale sending a small puff of warm air from his nostrils. The rhythm of his breath aligns with the pulsing of his great heart, creating a soothing internal melody that further lulls the dragon into relaxation. As afternoon begins to wane, Valerian slowly opens his eyes once more. The world seems softer somehow, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The dragon blinks lazily, his amber eyes reflecting the warm hues of the sky. He watches as the sun begins its descent towards the horizon, painting the clouds in brilliant shades of pink, orange, and gold. The sea below mirrors this celestial display, its surface transformed into a sheet of liquid fire. Valerian observes this daily spectacle with quiet appreciation, marveling at the beauty that has greeted him each evening for countless years. The changing colors of the sky echo the hues of his own scales, as if nature itself is paying homage to the majestic creature. As twilight approaches, a cool breeze rises from the sea, bringing with it the crisp scent of the coming night. Valerian inhales deeply, savoring the mingling aromas of salt, stone, and approaching darkness. The wind whispers through his scales, a gentle caress that seems to speak of distant lands and ancient secrets. The first stars begin to appear in the deepening blue of the sky, twinkling into existence one by one. Valerian watches their emergence with quiet wonder, each pinprick of light a familiar friend. He recognizes the constellations, their patterns unchanged since he was a young dragon. The sight brings a sense of continuity, a reminder of the eternal dance of the heavens. As full night descends, the world is transformed once again. The sea below becomes a vast dark mirror reflecting the starry sky above. Moonlight bathes the landscape in a soft silver glow, turning Valerian scales into a tapestry of muted purples and blues. The dragon's eyes, adapted to the darkness, pick out the subtle movements of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly routines. The sounds of the night create a gentle symphony around Valerian. The persistent rhythm of the waves is joined by the soft chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. These nighttime noises blend together into a soothing lullaby, as comforting to the ancient dragon as a mother's heartbeat to a hatchling. As the night deepens, Valerian feels the pull of sleep. His eyelids grow heavy once more, each blink lasting longer than the last. The dragon shifts slightly, settling into a more comfortable position on his rocky bed. The stone beneath him still holds some of the day's warmth, a comforting presence against the cool night air. In these last moments before sleep claims him, Valerian's mind drifts peacefully. He thinks of the countless nights he has spent on this cliff, under these same stars. He recalls the changing seasons, the storms weathered, the peaceful days enjoyed. Each memory is like a gentle wave lapping at the shores of his consciousness, slowly eroding the boundary between wakefulness and dreams. As Valerian finally surrenders to sleep, his massive body relaxes completely. His breathing deepens and slows, falling into the steady rhythm that will carry him through the night. The dragon's presence seems to blend with the cliff itself, becoming just another part of the ancient, enduring landscape. As our day with Valerian comes to a close, you too may find yourself drifting on the edge of sleep. Let the dragon's deep, steady breathing guide you towards rest. Allow your mind to soar over the peaceful expanse of the summer sea, each breath bringing you closer to a deep and restful slumber. May your dreams be filled with the serenity of sun-warmed scales, the gentle caress of a sea breeze, and the timeless beauty of a star-filled sky. Let the calm of Valerian's clifftop perch guide you into a peaceful night's rest, where the cares of the world fade away, replaced by the soothing embrace of ancient dragon dreams.